Hello, everyone. Welcome in. We're going to be playing some Shadowrun. I am starting late because I was a little off my usual timing. Did stuff with family earlier today. And then once I was finally actually getting settled down, my internet died. Yeah. But it came back pretty quickly, so we're good to go now. Playing some Shadowrun. I am looking forward to getting through this game. It's a very game in my opinion, and it's a setting I actually really adore. But I also just want to be done with all the backlog stuff. I want to start experiencing some new things. This and EDF are the last two things that I have to re-clear, and then, weirdly enough, a bunch of what I'm going to be playing right out the gate is probably going to be sequels to a lot of the things that we've been doing trying to get through all of these. We're gonna be playing some Hades 2. I do want to pick up EDF 6 and play with friends. What else? Zach, please don't. Zach, you're getting violent. We don't like it when you're violent. Sit down. Lie down. Lie down. Okay. Stop. You're gonna get ejected from the lap if you keep this up. Go in bed. Yes. Yes. He backtalks so much. But yeah, so maybe even Shadowrun Hong Kong at some point. Although I'm gonna want a break from these really narratively heavy games to play. At least the ones that I have to read out loud. Back, please. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at on things. This game isn't crazy long. It's only about 20 hours. So yeah. Just hit continue because that's where we should be. Most recent save. Assemble a team and travel to Castle House Hotel and search for Green Winters. I think this run is easier than the previous one. Castle House Hotel and Nightclub, crown jewel of the Dragon Kid. The filthiest keys in Berlin. Opening the door to the ground level dance club is like bashing your head into a wall of sound. Flashing lights stab your eyes, and the air is perfumed with a cheap synthahol and engine. Everything in here is cranked up to 11. A playground for the numb. Green Winters is somewhere in this building. You steel yourself for the sensory assault and step inside. The team makes a quick check of their weapons and follows you into Castle. The troll working the door might be the shortest you've ever seen, and the thickest. Despite the pounding music and writhing bodies, his face is buried in a comic book. He looks up at you and gives you a cursory once over in size. Welcome to Castle House, now under new management. Again, there's no cover. Just go on in and get your fix. That's Kroner at the bar up there. He'll take care of it. He buries his nose back into his comic book while tapping a meaty thumb on the black plastic slung from his belt. A high-powered stun gun. Just play nice or you'll meet Erzap. Have fun. No need for Erzap. I'm just here for the party. Or just here to party. That's great. Really. Anything else? Trying to find a friend. And I'm trying to read this. His voice slows to a crawl. He makes a point of enunciating each word. I point people to the bar. If someone starts trouble, I give them a taste of Erzap. That's it. That's all I do. Thanks for the lurk, Gato. Hope you're doing well, friend. You're doing your own thing. Everyone go hang out with Atotani as well. They're currently yeah, there's my lurk. I need to reset my lurks because the feeds died when my internet died. Currently working on a Link to the Past randomizer, friend. Kind of a yearly tradition for you, I think, isn't it? Yeah. Let's go talk to Kroner. The music out here on the floor is way too loud for comfort. The scene going down at the bar is even louder. The dealer on duty stands impassively behind the bar, and a desperate-looking young woman is pleading with him, apparently to little effect. All right, Silk, I'm going to explain how this works to you one more time. I get my cash, you get your cram. No cash, no cram. Period. But I need it, Kroner, come on. Her words come out in a desperate whine. Pale skin, sunken eyes, and trembling lip all point to the early symptoms of withdrawal. And I have cash. I totally do. It's up in my room, but you guys won't let me up there to get it. Hotel's under new management, beautiful. You don't have a room anymore. Whatever was up there, you might as well forget about. But that was all I had, and I have to get right soon. Well, maybe we could work out a trade. Cram for services. Services? Understanding slowly shows on the young woman's face. Her eyes go wide. Come on, Kroner, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Do you want the cram or not? She sets her jaw a look of disgust on her pallid face. That ain't gonna happen, Chummer. Not now, not ever. You gonna bite again? Yeah? That was not your brightest move, buddy. No, you're staying down there. You're staying down there. Because you picked the fight. Yep. You're staying down there because you picked the fight. And you lost. That's what happens. Yep, you're a loser. He's not a loser. The bartender shrugs. I'll give you about a half hour before the shakes set. When that happens, you know where to find. He turns to another customer with a smirk, leaving the desperate young woman crumpled against the bar. Silk looks up at you, and a look of abject misery plastered across her face. Leave me alone, okay? I've got my own problems to deal with. Sounds like the new management stole your property. Answer some questions for me and I'll help you get it back. Really? That'd be incredible. Her lips struggle upward into a facsimile of a smile. I really need that money, and I left some things in there too. Personal stuff. Can't be very discreet. My stuff should be up in room 304. That's where me and Nadja and Sarah were staying until, well, I'll be waiting right here when you get back down. So what did you need to know? You get up into the hotel. Any idea who I'd talk to about doing that? You can talk to Frank. He's the floor manager. He'd have an elevator key. She points to the north end of the club. He's over there in the VIP balcony. See the greasy jackass in the oversized suit? The one drooling all over that table dancer? That's Frank. The gang that's taken over? Bad guys. I mean, like, real bad guys. The gang used to run this place wasn't all bad. They kept the cram flowing, the prices weren't too high. They never hassled me as long as I kept buying. The new guys killed them all when they took over. Now I'm stuck dealing with assholes like Kroner. The floor manager, Frank, had a thing for my girl, Sarah. He was always coming on to her, no matter how many times she told him no. I haven't seen her since the takeover. But he won't stop asking me about her. Guy's a real creep. That's all I can think of. Steer clear of the new guys when I can. She steals a glance over her shoulder at Kroner, a scowl on her face. I shouldn't have to tell you why. Have you heard of a guy named Green Winters? No, I don't think... Oh, wait, yeah. I bumped into him here a few days ago. I remember him because his name sounded kind of like a chewing gum. It does kind of sound like a chewing gum. You gonna be nice, Dag? Good boy. Good boy. Let me just relax. Go ahead and curl up. Get warm. Your paws are cold, but... Yeah, there you go. Good boy. Yeah. I don't think I remember seeing him leave, so he's probably holed up in his room. I'm pretty sure that there are still people up there. The ones that the gangers missed. I hear they locked themselves in. What can you tell me about the layout of the hotel? It's a nice enough place, for a factory. Let's see. Well, okay, the second floor is a security station. Lots of high-tech stuff up there. And I've heard stories about the penthouse level, something about a sealed vault. There's supposed to be something real valuable in there, but nobody knows what it is. Doesn't stop them from talking about it, though. Thanks, you've been very helpful. Sure thing, just hurry back with that stuff, okay? I really, really need it. New guy, huh? I ain't seen you around here before. What can I get you? For a guy who calls himself Green Winters, He looks at you suspiciously. Think so. Might be staying upstairs. Know what he looks like? Old. He doesn't use, but he's a raging drunk. That's all I got. Now, do you want something from the bar? Pinned to the floor manager's too expensive for this neighborhood and too baggy to be his suit is his name tag. Frank. Yeah, what you need. Reluctantly, he shifts his attention away from the elvish dancer swaying in front of him. Sarah needs your elevator key. She'd be really grateful. Frank's eyes go wide. Sarah, she needs something from me? That's right. And if you helped her out, it sounded like she'd be grateful. Okay, yeah, okay. I can't leave the floor on duty and all that, and I can't just hand over the key. I can open the elevator back up, though, and you can let her know. I can make that happen. Okay, all right. Frank rubs his hands, barely contained look of excitement in his eyes. He fishes a small remote out of his pocket and presses a button. The elevator's open. When you see Sarah, you tell her that I'm glad she's okay, right? Make sure she gets make sure she gets that it's me helping her. Sure thing. Sure. The girl in the corner is a model stim junkie, all wild eyes and nervous energy. She greets you with a smile so wide as to border on the grotesque. Hey, good looking. You want a party? Excuse me. Come party with me. You've got some cram, right? I just love a guy that's willing to share. Sorry, not carrying any. Well, then go get some, okay? At the bar. I'll be waiting. We'll see. We're not getting it. Can I help you, sir? Really? Elevator seems mechanically sound. It's about all it has going for it. Candy wrappers and used syringes litter the floor, and the handrails are inexplicably sticky. It appears that cleanliness isn't a high priority for the hotel staff. Tag. Yeah, body language of yours, buddy. Boy, lie down. Philco Dynasafe Computer Control Systems V2.5. Access the safe. Bypass the password. Safe unlocked. Send this item to my stash. Found some money. Her room was 104, right? Trauma kit. Useful. Section of the wall seems to be buckling under its own weight. The aging wallpaper that lines the rest of the hallway has long since peeled away, revealing the structure of the wall underneath. While the underlying structure is reinforced with steel support struts, you can see signs of rust and metal fatigue everywhere. The entire wall looks like it could give way if enough force were applied. I'll check the wall. Slam into the wall and it gives way with a punch. Seeing through the clutter on the desk, you find a small synth leather bound journal. Leafing through the pages, the book reveals only a couple of entries, each of them scrawled in a frantic, barely legible handwriting with crude doodles filling up the margins. Okay. I know Eddie's up to something. Like, I heard him today talking to that guy who works in the kitchen, asking him where the cleaning supplies was at. I've seen Eddie's room. Dude never cleans a day in his life. I'm going to follow him tomorrow and figure out what his deal is. Maybe he's just selling mouthwash to the hobos a block down at the old bus depot. I knew it. Dragon Eddie. I saw him yesterday. I was up on the third floor because the vending machine down here was out of soy cap. So he came up and went over to the out of order latrine and he punched in the code. Didn't know I was watching, did you, Eddie? Well, I ain't so stupid. He put in 2478. I'm going to stay up and find out what he's doing up there. Note. The note reads, do not open. Ow. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, that's just... Who doesn't Chris Patrossi next week? Silks and coated cred stick. Silk's teddy bear. Silk's signed cookbook. We're not going to go down there just yet. Two force. The door unlocks. They're cooking in here. Jazz. Found my stuff nut yet? I really need that money. Here you go. Really? You actually went up there and got my things? She stares at the items in her hands incredulously. And you didn't just walk off with them? Well, thank you. When you said you were going up there, her lip starts to quiver. Thank you. Like, yes, I said we weren't going to be super completionist about this game. That doesn't mean I'm not going to try and explore things a whole bunch. Smash the boards down. Please don't hurt me. I'm just a line cook. The cook's darting eyes are wide open, and behind them you see pure animal terror. If you let me go, I won't tell anyone. I promise. What are you so afraid of? Wait, you're not with those guys out there? Well, I just thought... Thought what? I thought you were one of them. You know, the gangers that took over and shot up the place. He catches himself. That is to say, I worked for the previous owners. When the shooting started, I shut myself in here. They, whoever they are, haven't figured out how to override my keys yet. It's been a day and a half. I don't know how much longer I can stay in here. Tell me anything you can about this place. Okay, I think there's some sort of chop shop up in room 401, like low-level street dock stuff. I had to deliver room service there one day when we were short-staffed. What I saw when they opened the door scared the dreck out of me. People hooked up to tubes and stuff. Door code was 5870 if you want to take a look. This is stiff by the sink. That's the head chef, Felix. He took a hit to the chest when they raided this floor. I thought I could stop the bleeding, but the cook lowers his gaze to the floor at its feet. I couldn't. You're right next to a walk-in fridge. Don't you think it'd make more sense to drag the body in there than to leave it under the sink? Oh, yeah, that'd probably... He glances over at the body again and swallows hard. That'd probably be a good idea. He's already starting to smell. I need to get... Wait, you'll help me out of here, won't you? I mean, you're not just going to leave me to die here, are you? There's still gangers out there. You'd be safer in here. Oh, yeah, you're probably right. I'll just stay in here then. The line cook steals a glance at the dead chef lying crumpled by the sink. With him. Oh, not who I wanted to get, but that'll work. You go ahead and adrenal pump yourself. She's gonna have Glory go up there and get them. And then we're actually going to shoot this. And then, we can't electric core. Here. You're dead. Or not. And now you are. You're dead. Search guest register by name. Search guest register by room number. Admin service. .405. Read attached notes. Guy in the master suite on 4 asked for his room code to be changed again. Paranoid son of a bitch. Anyway, dude's been renting one of our biggest rooms for months, so I guess I shouldn't complain too much. New code is 1989. I don't know the admin password. Maintenance key fob. Take care of the guys outside. You should be able to make a run for it. Thank you. I'm good as gone. Oh. Security panel shows that this door is double mag locked. It'd be easier to tunnel into the wall than it would be to break through this thing. Okay. Door unlocks. Rip him to shreds. Bitch. Schematic auto injector hyper. Advanced med kit. Useful. 1989. Locks. The scene is eerily familiar. The dead man is still jacked into his smoldering computer, his face contorted into a mask of pain. Blue smoke spills from his data jack, like Monica. And there's something else. The man's outline is wrong. It takes a moment for the realization to sink in. His back is bent at an impossible angle. Jesus. Looks like he convulsed hard enough to break his own spine. Is that even possible? Glory gestures at the twisted form on the carpet. You tell me. Iger kneels beside the corpse, bending to peer at his face. Matches the description that Alta gave us. It's Green Winters. She straightens, glancing back over at the body before turning her attention to you. This what happened to Monica? I suspect that it would have. We jacked her out in time to prevent it. Still think we could have prevented Monica's death, Iger? Maybe. Iger takes another glance at the smoldering corpse, and you can see the doubt growing in her eyes. I don't know. Kneeling to inspect the body, you find smears of blood on the carpet. Under Winters' right arm, moving the arm aside, you find a new number written across the floor. 91612. You use your PDA to take a hollow pick of the number and the body, then step away. Hanging on the wall is a large, gaudily framed painting and an unimaginative still life of some kitchen object sitting on the table. Near the picture side, there's nothing here. This one. Hanging on the wall is a large, gaudily framed painting, an impressionist landscape. inexpertly rendered in splotches of cheap acrylic. Nameplate on in the frame reads Harz Mountains 2011. There's a small locked safe installed in the wall behind the painting. A keypad mounted on its base glows. 91612. Inside the safe, you find a bundle of old, well-worn media discs. The words "Watch Me" have been hastily written on the back of the topmost disc. The disc labeled "Watch Me" looks almost new. The others are clearly much older, and many of them are badly scratched. The last two discs in the bundle are stuck together, and when you try to pry them apart, the readable surface at the bottom disc peels away. As soon as you finish with the safe, a nearby video phone begins to ring. Hey there, Chief. Don't hang up. I've got a proposition for you. I'm listening. You've probably noticed that this building is under new management, right? And judging by the fresh corpses that I'm seeing strewn all over the hotel, I'm gonna guess that you don't like the new guys any better than I do. Well, I'd like to make you an offer. You help cover my escape, and I'll let you into a secure vault at the top floor. Belonged to the leader of the gang that used to run this place. Trust me, it's still secure. I set the security protocols myself. The last Decker they brought in to take a crack at it came back out on a stretcher. They haven't found too many volunteers since then. You're Decker, then? That'd be an understatement, chum. More accurate to say I'm the Decker, in these parts at least. My handle in the Matrix is Blitz. Maybe you've heard of me. Name rings a bell. Of course it does. In Berlin's Decker community, I'm a household name. Tell me about the gang that used to run this hotel. They called themselves the Schwarzhurst, and they pretty much ran Dragon Kid until a few days ago. They weren't a pleasant bunch, but they were better than the jackasses we've got here now. What's the deal with the new gang? They're terrible people, real bad guys, all of them. Look, I don't mean to rush you, but we can discuss all this later, after we get out of the building full of murderous thugs. Why are you in this hotel, and how'd you have access to the security system? I was in the hotel when it got taken over, and the new gang decided to keep me on staff, I guess you could call it. They put me in charge of Matrix security. I may be one of the hottest Deckers in Berlin, but a bullet in the head will still kill me just as dead as anyone else. Given the circumstances, I didn't see how I could refuse. Let's get back to the business. What's in the vault? Gear, money, lots of good stuff. You don't know, do you? Well, no, I mean, I never actually seen what's in the vault, not personally. But look, buddy, I just set up the Matrix security for the thing. The old boss didn't let me set foot into the vault. He was a little paranoid, But he was adamant that he wanted me to rig up some really killer ice. So there must be something of value in there. So how about it? You want to crack at that vault or not? Yeah, where do I meet you? Room 505 on the penthouse floor. Come rendezvous with me there. Here, and I'll take you to the... He's the character that you could get as a Decker if you weren't running Decker yourself. But as I've proven already, it's kind of nice to have access to that from the get-go. Knew you'd come. I've always been a good judge of character. Since we're meeting in person, I'll formally introduce myself. He nods his head in salute. Blitz, Decker Extraordinaire, at your service. The vault is just around the corner. Once we get there, I can unlock it with a few clicks on the keypad. Blitz offers you something between a smile and a smirk. Built myself a back door when I wrote the security system. Never hurts to be careful. Sounds good. Let's go. Why don't you want to move any further up? The game still think you were way back there. Wow. Nice shoot. Journal pump yourself. All right, here we go. Tap a tap tap. Done. Wait, when did that thing get installed? Take cover. Fucker. That's a steel lynx right there. Damn, it's terrifying.
Necro!
Hey, Bumrush, how you doing? Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Good, good. Slept in super late.
Sometimes that's just what you need. Am I wrong? Oh, that's not what I needed to happen, though.
I was also at a Scar show until midnight.
Is it the one that some of the people you know perform it pretty? Seems like they tend to do something around this time of year, I think.
Yes.
Yes. How was it? You know how I am about ska. I love ska.
Amazing.
Amazing. Nice. That's not what I wanted Glory to do. I want her to shred the troll apart. Oh man, that guy takes a beating. On my mage. I don't have drone control. That would have been useful. 11, 6, 6. Ready? Patch him up. That's nice. Reload. Cool. Glory still has adrenal pump and haste stack. Good hit. And that's why trolls are fun as melee characters. Add it to my stash. All we can do is hover in place, take it. Drug formula. Jazz. Ooh,
I like
money.
Shadowrun's system of pass/fail. So much easier than having 18 dice for one attack.
I mean, you do have to roll 18 dice. It's just 18 D6. There's a lot about Shadowrun that's actually not great to run it, unfortunately. I love the system, I love the setting. It's just there's a lot that I'm just like, we need to just throw this rule out if we actually want to have fun with the game today. Go.
Okay, yes, you have to roll 18 dice, but they're all the same. Not like some 5e setups where you roll a d20 and then a d4 for this modifier and a d12 for this one and 42 d100s for God knows what.
Oh, that's extreme circumstances, yes. Especially if you got like a bard or a cleric who's running a lot of buffs. Because you got the d20 to determine the circumstance. Usually there's just the modifier. Sometimes if they're blessing or using an inspiration on you, then you roll an extra dice there. Honestly, I think 3.5, while being real numbers heavy and crunchy on character build, had a better flow in how things work. They weren't using a lot of dice. It was just straight up modifiers, and that's all you do. And then the damage dice is usually just the same thing. Percentile dice are really only used in very rare circumstances with spell casting. Or certain class features to a certain degree. Yeah, sure. Here's the cram. Girl's hand snakes forward with alarming speed and a blink of an eye, snatches the cram inhaler from your hand. With practiced ease, the girl snaps the cap off the ampule and raises it to take a hit. With a practiced hand, she injects a squirt of orange liquid into the cornea of each eye. Her whole body begins to shiver as the drug kicks in. Oh, that is so much better. I feel alive again. But how long have you been partying here? Oh, real long time. I go where the cram flows. She raises a hand to her lips and sniffs with a high-pitched giggle. You know? Yeah, this is a really great place. Well, it was a better place before it got taken over, but it's not too bad now. It's still got cram, right? Anything about the hotel upstairs? Oh yeah, lots and lots of people say that it's haunted. Like, there was this little girl who died in one of the rooms back in the early 2000s, but I think she like drowned or suffocated. Maybe she fell out of a window. Oh no, wait, I got that wrong. It was a little boy. Anyway, he haunts the hotel, I think, or maybe it was a giant bug. Is that the story I'm thinking of? I don't remember. Oh, and I remember hearing stories about crazy troll running around in his underpants. I don't think he had a name. He just ran around and broke things that were kind of wild before the new gang took over. You guys that run the place? Oh, they're terrible. The worst. They're dead now. Loud, violent dragheads who are dead now. With grabby hands that don't grab anymore. But they have the cram, so what you gonna do? The gang that used to run this place, now they were classic. They had this awesome stuff. It was like if Cram and Novacoke had a baby. That's what it would have been. It was dreamy. Been fun. Okay. Oh, okay, baby. You wanna come back anytime? You come on back anytime. Just bring more cram when you do, okay? Oh boy. Hey, thanks for the assist. Can't tell you how happy I am to leave this place behind. Happy to help. Must have been terrible to be stuck. Well, it was no picnic, I'll tell you that much. Say, you wouldn't happen to need a Nova hot decker, would you? Because I suddenly find myself unemployed. I am a decker, so no, I'm afraid not. The position's been filled. Now, damn. Well, I also have some rigging skills. I can do that too, and I'm pretty handy with gun. Worst case scenario, I'm another warm body to fill the ranks if somebody takes a hit. Come on, buddy. Let me sign on with you. You won't regret it. Okay, fine. Welcome aboard. Excellent. Fantastic. I promise you won't regret it. Let's just join your team. But yeah, really the main issue I have with Shadowrun's system is how hard it is to learn and teach. Because, and I've said this multiple times on the stream already, you have meat space combat and how all that works. And then you have cyberspace stuff and how all that works. And they used to have like entirely different initiative tracks. If both of them were happening at the same time, it would be like everyone over here gets a turn. And then the decker goes off and has like a full hour-long adventure, and then everyone here gets a turn, and then the decker goes and has an hour-long adventure. Um, so that was a problem. And then there's also the magic system, which is really hard to understand. If you don't know what you're doing and the GM's going to be really strict with you, you're going to end up knocking your own character out the first time you cast a spell. Um, and then there's also astral perceptions and stuff like that that you need to worry about. That's kind of fun. What else? Yeah, and so like trying to run a game where no one knows the system and everyone wants to do a different thing in the system. You're just like, I can't teach you guys how to play because so many of you are trying to play so many different things. And I was trying to learn the rules and trying to like create a consolidated, like truncated version of the rules that would be an easy reference document. And I was basically just writing a much smaller rule book, but it was still going to be like 100+ pages of writing. It was not good. uh, but I do like the D6 system. I do like the dice pools. I don't like that you get wound penalties because that wound penalties, injury penalties, damage penalties when start to lead to in a combat situation a death spiral where you just get worse and worse and worse, and so it's you die faster and faster, and there's just nothing you can do about that. Your team makes its way back to the nearest U-Bahn station 20 minutes later. You're on a return trip to the Cruise Bazaar, leaving the filth of Dragon Cape far behind, but the image of Green Winter's twisted corpse continues to linger in your mind. You lift one of the discs that you pulled from Winter's safe to the light. Reflections dance off its surface. With luck, you'll soon have the answers you've been looking for. Crew advancement available. As you lead your team through the shadows, your companions will continue to develop it and learn new combat skills. Clicking the icon in the lower right-hand corner of the screen will open the crew advancement menu. When this icon is highlighted, one or more of your companions is eligible to. Okay. Sniper specialist or shotgun specialist. Either gains a shotgun ability that imbalances targets or just gains increased accuracy for one shot. Flashbang or frag grenade. Ooh, that capstone's good. We're gonna go here. Electric Horse spell now strips one armor from affected target. We're gonna be relying on his spell casting for the most part. So we wanna do that. Compound attack. Larry gains a melee attack. Razor slash followed up by a kick. Pierces up to 1 armor. May do AP damage. Cost 1 AP. Cooldown 2. And we want to focus on her cybernetics. Int. Good decking. Increase your chance to hit enemies by 20% when you use. What I want is to eventually get that. As an option. Dag, why are you being so bitey, dude? I'm not actually terribly worried about the ESP troll. Right away. Want to get it up to at least 4 unranged combat. So that I can reload for free. I don't think I want to go too much higher on this character for that. And as it is, I can't even get this one. I don't think. I don't think I can get the Virtua. So we'll actually hit that, hit that, hit that. And then we'll need 6 more karma to be able to get those two, but we'll be set on our combat skill there. And then it's just body, intelligence, decking, and ESP that we're spending on. That's literally it. Okay, we're going to take a quick BRB though. Okay. Hey, welcome back. What can I do for you? Zach, you just had treats. I literally gave you treats. You're licking your chops after them stuff. But anyway, yeah, I would love to play Shadowrun again, but it probably would have to be heavily homebrewed. Welcome back. What can I do for you? I acquired this drone. Can you get it up and running again? Yeah, probably. It might take a bit of doing them. I love working on these old corp drones. Can't make you any guarantees, but either way, it's on the house. Leave it in your hands. I'll start right now. See you later. Hang on a second. There was something else I wanted to talk to you about. Need some tech, and I'm on a tight schedule. Show me what you got. Uh-uh. She tips an invisible hat. Hi there. Remember me from the cafe? Name's Kimmy. Are you looking for something? Who you are, for one thing. I'm Altug's ears and hands outside the cafe. Call me Kid. I wear a couple of hats, a barista, a gopher. I keep my eyes and ears open. Let's just say I get on by trading stories. So I can count on you to hear what's going on. Like I said, only if you've got something juicy for me, or if Altug wants me to tell you something. That's rare. I may be his ears and hands, but he's got enough of a voice all by himself. Doesn't seem to be afraid to use it either. Not in the slightest. Since you've just moved here, I have some advice. If you haven't guessed already, he's got fingers in a lot of pies. I've seen what happens when he doesn't approve of someone or something. Pissing him off can't be worth it. And at the very least, you won't be able to get a good coffee in this town again. She grins cheekily. So it's a story between you? She grins and winks lasciviously at you. Oh, surely you've guessed. You're not serious. She laughs. I can't pull a fast one on you, can I? No, I'll tell you the real story sometime. How about that? Right now, though, I have some errands to run. Come over sometime and we can chat over hookah or something, yeah? She lazily tips an invisible hat at you before turning her focus to a combat at her wrist. Mhm. Oh, hang on. Mhm. Mhm. Welcome back, my friend. What can old Zach get you? Formula for jazz. I've got a formula for combat sim. Can you produce something like that? Oh, you know I'm your man. I can hook you up right now. Toodles. Mm-mm. Blitz looks up at your approach. The table beside him is littered with cigarette butts and a data jack cable dangles from the portable terminal set up by his side. Hey, Chief, you need something? Just checking in. You doing all right? Miss Smile widens. Great, Chief. I'm doing just great. Real nice to be able to wind down and relax for a change. No more worrying about this ganger or that ganger sneaking in behind me and slipping a knife between my ribs. He slaps the table with a grin. It's a good change, Chief, I gotta say. No one is ever really safe, not when gangs are involved. Don't let your guard down. His smile widens and he taps his chest. You can see the outline of a machine pistol through the leather of his jacket. You underestimate me, Chief. I never let my guard down. Not even here. Now that's all settled, I got some questions for you. Blitz glances wistfully back at the terminal on the table and then turns back with a sigh of resignation. I suppose, but try to keep it short, okay, Chief? I've got things to do. How long were you in Dragonkeep? I ended up there after after the anarchist revolution of 39. I was just a kid back then, too young to realize how good I was. How much money I could have made working the shadows. He shakes his head, a wistful expression on his face. And so, being young and dumb, I fell in with the gang crowd, and that was that. You were a member of a drug gang. Why should I trust you? Why wouldn't you, Chief? I mean, just look at me. He does his best to give you a winning smile. I'm a trustworthy guy. Prove it. Tell me about the gang you ran with. Well, I don't know all that much, Chief. I wasn't a member of gang leadership or anything. I'm not really sure why you care either. Why are you trying to steal my snacks? They're not yours. They're mine. Huh. They're not for you. Yours? Those aren't for you. Do not perceive them. Consider it a test. I need to know where your loyalties lie. That's what it takes for you to trust me. Fine. Anything for you, Chief. Well, where to begin? When I first arrived in Dragonkeep, I spent time taking in the lay of the land. The Schwarzherzen were still pretty small gang, strictly street level, but I could see they were going places. I did a little pro bono decking for their leader, a fat little dwarf named Dieter. Soon enough, I was a part of the family. For drugging, the Schwarzherzen were a decent enough folk. I made a lot of money with them, helped them take the hotel in the first place. We had a lot of good years there. Then Dieter was killed in a firefight, and our happy little family fell apart. Was that when the hotel got attacked? Dad, why are you trying to chew my phone? Blitz took a deep breath, shifts his weight from one foot to the other. Not exactly. The Schwarzherzen maintained their hold on Dragonkeep, but the change of leadership was bad news for after Dieter kicked the bucket. A second in command took over. She was a real piece of work, called herself Leonie Luster. She had a vicious streak a mile long, and she was none too fond of me. Did she turn on you? Immediately. I don't know why. Maybe she felt threatened by my leadership, or my friendship with Dieter. Back before he ate that bullet. Or maybe she was just jealous of my rugged good looks. Who the hell? Point is, she went after me vigorously. Within 24 hours of Dieter's death, I had a price on my head, and then the hotel got taken over. So that's what you need to know about the Schwarzherzen. They were a great gang, a powerful gang. I helped to make them that way. Then they had a management turnover, and everything went to hell. Blitz rocks back on his feet, his hands in his pocket. That's it. I'm sorry. Anything else you want to talk about? Wait a second. That isn't it. There are some pretty big holes in that story. Come on, Chief. This is all ancient history. Wouldn't you rather talk about the future? The runs we're going to go on, all the money we're going to make? Blitz, tell me what happened between Luster putting the price on your head and the hotel getting attacked. All right, Chief. Fine. If that's what it'll take to make you happy. So I was in a bind, right? The members of the Schwarzherzen who were loyal to Luster were all out for my blood, and none of the others were going to stick their necks out for me. An advantage of being a ganger is protection in numbers. When those numbers turn against you, you've got to get creative if you want to stay alive. What did you do? Blitz tapped the plastic of his data jacket. What I had to. Luster had declared war on me, so I retaliated, and I won, all without ever firing a shot. That's not an answer. You won't be satisfied until I spell it out, will you? Fine. I hacked into Luster's computer and sent all her information to a rival organization. Remember Frank from the hotel? He was my liaison. They hit the short person and they hit him hard. Then they took the hotel. And then they took me. I'll admit the plan backfired a little. Did what you had to do, and your place I'd probably have done the same. Thanks, Chief. I knew you'd understand. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to get back to what I was doing. He gives you a lazy salute. We'll talk later, I'm sure. And Chief, I'm glad to be a member of the team. Dante! Dante, Dante. You look down and see a pair of bright eyes set into a scruffy face looking back up at you. Dante, Monica's old dog. Looking down at those huge brown eyes, you see intelligence and sadness. On some instinctive level, he must know that his master is gone. Dante lets out a small whine, then rubs his head against your leg. You pet him. Hey, boss. Dietrich gives you a slight nod. What can I do for you? How are you holding up? You seem to take Monica's death harder than the others did. Dietrich shakes his head, a wistful expression on his face. Nah, no harder, but I'm less buttoned up than the others are. Iger will never show any weakness in glory. Well, she's too full of chrome to feel much of anything. He shrugs. Me? I don't give a damn. I've spent too much of my life putting on a show for others already. What do you mean by that? I used to front a punk band, way back when. Believe it or not, I've spent a pretty good chunk of my life on stage. Whenever we weren't playing, I was living up to our fans' expectations, spouting off, getting into fights, getting drunk, getting laid. Not a bad life, all things considered. I know how he answers this one. And it's hilarious. Wait a second, you can sing? He regards you with a critical eye. I was the front man for a punk band, boss. Fuck, no, I can't sing. He grins. But it wasn't half bad at rallying up a crowd. What's your band name? Maybe I heard of it? Oh, I doubt it, boss. We never really got any airplay. Since when did airplay have anything to do with good music? Fair point, boss. Okay, I'll tell you. The band's name was Messerkop. Spelt just like it sounds, with a big cap, in big capital letters with an exclamation point. We weren't a big act or anything. We sold a few records here and there. Toured around Europe. Same story you'll hear from a bunch of other washed up old relics, I'm sure. We had a decent following in England, and we holed up in London from 31 to 36. Most of our time slumming it around the East End, and picked up enough Cockney to irritate the folks back home. He shakes his head. Truth be told, that whole chapter of my life is a bit of a blur. We didn't do it for the fans or the fame, and we sure as shit didn't care about the money. All that mattered to us was staying young and drunk and angry. He takes a moment to examine his gnarled hands, and a sad smile on his face. We managed the second two. Good God, where is the time gone? Dietrich shakes himself from his reverie and looks back up at you. That familiar, easy grin returns to his bald face. Bald face? Just returns to his face. Anyway, boss, everything ends eventually, and I washed my hands of all that years ago. Let's change the subject. Go. How'd you go from fronting a band to running in the shadows? Wasn't as big a leap as you'd think. I already had a healthy disrespect for authority and had the magic to back it up. One nice thing about shamanism is as long as you keep your idol happy, it doesn't matter what else you do. The Dragon Slayer chose me to be his servant, and as long as I was scrapping with someone bigger than me, he didn't much care whether I did it on stage or in the shadows. Tell me about the Dragon Slayer. He shrugs. Not much to tell. He chose me when I was just a kid. I could always feel him in my heart, goading me to laugh louder, hit harder, and get rowdier than the rest. Of course, my family didn't understand, but the hell with him, I thought. I knew I was destined for greater things. So I listened to him, and I cracked the skulls of a lot of bad people. He saw this and was pleased, and rewarded me with magic. And I used that magic to crack bigger, thicker skulls, and so on. He shrugs. It's a simple life, but a good one. Any thoughts on the last run you'd like to share? Well, we found Winters. That's something, I guess. This whole thing has me feeling uneasy, boss. But at least we have a direction to look in. He nods at you. Take it easy, boss. Iger turns to face you. There's a pained look on her face. Look, I owe you an apology. Listening. When Monica died, I was pissed. That probably doesn't come as a huge surprise. But I took that anger out on you and I shouldn't have. Seeing Winters' body like that was enough to convince me, and you was enough to convince me. You couldn't have done anything to help Monica, and I couldn't have either. We're dealing with something. Monica was a good friend of mine. Her death hurt. I got carried away, and I said some things I shouldn't have. I want to apologize for that. Her body relaxes, and she begins to turn away. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. There are a few things I want to say. She stops and turns back to you. You can see wariness behind her eyes. Go ahead. Nobody's stopping you. Accept your apology, but if you ever insult me in front of the team again, you're going to regret it. That's a promise. It's a weak-ass apology. Nothing changes. Your behavior after Monica's death was inexcusable. Or you're a valued member of this team, Iger. We need you now more than ever. I'm glad you're on my side. She raises a hand to stop you. The expression on her face has gone from cautious to annoyed. Got the bullshit, fearless leader. I don't respond well to flattery. Forget it then. Yeah, I will. She shakes her head in disgust. You should go on. I've got prep work to do for our next run, and you've got more important things to do than to watch me pack the gear. Glory's expression remains distant, but her lip curls upward into a hint of a smile. Necrometer, need something? Everything okay with you? You never need to worry about me, Necrometer. I'm fine. Still like to know more about that chrome you're sporting. Not a story I'm interested in telling out of context. If you really want to get into it, we're going to need to go way back. She stares at you with her cold, dead eyes. I'm not sure you want to do that. You say that you'll give me answers when we talk about your past, so let's talk. Why do you care? There's no hostility in her voice. If anything, she sounds suspicious. Because I'm the leader of this team, and I need to know as much as I can about the runners who are working with me. She pauses for a moment, considering that she nods. All right, fine, we can talk. But we're doing it on my terms. This is a long story, Necrometer. Long and ugly and cruel. Are you sure you're going to want to hear about this? Please. All right, I'm going to start from the beginning. Not for you, for me. I guess it might help me to say all of this out loud. She takes a deep breath, then slowly releases it. When she speaks, her voice comes out in a cool monotone. My family lived in Stuttgart. It was a nice enough place, I suppose. My parents worked as wage slaves for IFMU. My mom was a good person. Once upon a time, my father was a decent person as well. That's what my mom told me, but I never knew him that way. She pauses for a long moment, then when she begins again, speaking again, some of the ice has fallen away from her voice. For the first time since you met her, Glory sounds alive. The dad I knew was an old, damaged Euro war vet who turned to hardline religion to make sense of the world. In Stuttgart, it meant that that meant either the Ritter Christi or the fascist cousins, the Kreuzritters. My father chose the latter path. I still remember hiding in my room when my father had his Kreuzritter brothers over for prayer group. They would drink and get rowdy and spend an hour or two riling themselves up with talk about heretics and the devil's work. Then they'd go find some poor elf or dwarf, stomp the living shit out of them, and drown him in the Neckar. Meanwhile, I'd be holed up at home with Mom, who would commemorate the event by drinking a bottle of wine and crying herself to sleep. Just elves and dwarves? I'd assume a mage or an orc would make a more tempting target. What, you mean pick a victim who could fight back? Glory shakes her head. No, my father and his pack of jackals weren't up for that kind of trouble. They'd had more than enough of real combat when they were young men, back in the Euro Wars. They just want to feel big and in control of their lives again, and it didn't matter to them who they hurt in the process. Anyway, aside from the fact that my dad and his buddies were a bunch of murderous assholes, life was pretty normal. I went to school, made friends, hung out with my mom, kid stuff. Then I turned 14 and everything went to shit. Glory pauses, then swallows hard, ever so slightly. Her cheeks flush red. Suddenly, she looks self-conscious, as if she snapped out of a trance. As quickly as it came, the flush of emotion disappears. Her voice frosts over. I don't want to talk about this. No need to say anything that you don't want to, but if you ever want to talk, you know where to find me. Thank you for your understanding. Glory stares at you through cold, dead eyes. Now let's get back to the job at hand, shall we? Hi. We got a job to prepare for Necrometer. I don't have any more time to talk. Hit me up after the run if you like, but for now, I need some space. Is there any elf clubs or bars in the downtown area? I really want to meet one. They're just so beautiful. Maybe we can go dancing. Do elves like dancing? There's one on Torstray. Bring a bouquet of roses. Elves love romantic. The elf clubs I know of are members only due to creepy groupies like you. Not really. The guy is only after them for the shape of their... Right there. Okay, we're gonna be like this for now. Benno is a fraud. I broke my first rule. Always get full payment up front. He left me hanging for 50% of the cash after I completed the job. I'm sure he'll have changed his name by the time this posting goes up. Male elf, brown hair, gold eyes. Looks to be in his mid-30s. Be careful who you work for out there. I think you just met a dragon. Never thought I'd see you admit to a mistake on here. Thanks for the heads up. I'll keep my eyes open. We'll forward any info I come across if you're still looking to collect on this from the guy. Pro shot. Sent you some surveillance footage. Is this your man? Sure is. Nice one. I'll split the take with you if this lead pans out. Good to find there's still some honor among runners. That was Blitz helping him out. No, Zach. It's not for you, that's why. Stop. Good boy. Stay there. Don't go for my food, dude. Amsel's expression is harder than you've seen it before. When he speaks, his voice is grim. Iger has told me Iger has told me of Green Winters' death. She said that he died in the same manner that Monica did. I've seen worse. You shouldn't have done that. Speaking for the team is my job, not hers. Wasn't a pretty sight. I know that you and Iger have had your differences. I will tell you she was badly shaken by the sight of Winters' body. She also mentioned that you found something in Winters' safe, a package of full of very old discs. May I see them? Of course. Good God. Gingerly, Amsel lifts the disc from the bundle and holds it up to the light. Slowly, he begins to turn it in his hand, causing rainbow pattern to shimmer across the surface. I haven't seen one of these since I was a boy. This is a DVD RW, a data storage medium for the mid-2000s. I'm amazed that Winters was able to find a device that could play it. Do you know how we can read these things? He puts down the DVD in his hands and quickly inspects the others. The first disc that I looked at might be readable. The others are damaged, some severely so. I have my doubts about them. For now, let's concentrate on the undamaged disc. There's a little shop outside, the Data Haven. Talk to the proprietor, Milit Polier. She might be able to help. Tell her to put the cost of the device on my account. I'm on it. Looking for something I can play back at DVD read right. Really? That is old tech. Very old, in fact. Just a moment, I will go look. She turns to rummage through a bin of obsolete components at the back of her stall. Ah, yes, here we are. The dwarf wrestles a mid-sized flat screen display out of the bin. This display has old enough hookups to connect to a DVD, right? A DVD player. RCA, you know, vintage. The player itself, though, this I do not have. You may wish to try your luck down at the junkyard. There's a scavenger there. Primitive man with a crude disposition. If anyone here in the Cruise Bazaar can help you find your DVD player, he can, but he'll most certainly attempt to overcharge you for it. He takes a deep breath and smiles up at you. But you are not here for gossip. Shall we conclude our business? I could give you the display for, say, 200. Poli also said to charge it to his account. Ah, very well. I'll have it packaged up and delivered to Air Amsel right away. Best of luck finding your DVD. I wish you well. A stout old man looks up from whatever old tech he's tinkering with to squint at you through thick, old-fashioned glasses. He pushes them up with an oil-stained finger as he straightens up and nods at you. He speaks with a gruff but well-meaning tone, heavily accented with German tonality. Guten Tag. What can I do for you? Lily, you're the man to talk to about DVDs. That little shrew sent you my way, huh? Shuddy smiles. Shuddy smile broadened. Will wonders never cease? Well, introductions are in order, I suppose. Shotty Buckman, at your service. The old man raises a grimy hand in salute. Need something salvaged? Some old components? Feeling... I'm your man. Wonderful. How about that DVD player? Let's see, I've got something that'll work for you. Shuddy rummages through the junk heaped on the table behind him. A few seconds later, he snatches a battered plastic lozenge shape from the aisle. Ah, here we go. An old Korean player I dug up last week. 2010 model. Real beauty. His smile broadens, and he gives you a conspiratorial wink. I fixed her up and got her running, but without any discs to read, I've mostly been using her as a paperweight. Sounds like what I'm looking for. How much do you want for it? He glances back at the DVD player and a rueful expression on his face. Well, I'll admit, I'm a little loath to part with her. There are plenty of folks out there who'd really appreciate an older player such as this, and I don't know what your intentions are for her. I suppose given the time and trouble it took putting her back together, that I'd be willing to part with her for, say, his eyes dart over your gear, a calculated expression on his face. About 500 new yen? A little short on cash right now. Could I offer you something in trade? Old man pauses for a moment, considering. I'll tell you what. A few months ago, I had we'll call it a difference of opinion with that Bert Gazi fellow from the soy cap shop. He hasn't let me into the establishment since, and I'd sell my mother for a decent cup of coffee. You get me a cup of Turkish coffee, the real stuff, not that fake junk, and I'll give you the DVD player. Sound like a deal? We are going to save money. I hope. I don't remember how much the Turkish coffee costs. The Turk leans into you, keeps his voice low. I have information regarding that matter my people were looking into, FND. The one involving the surveillance device on my data tab. Also, I've been waiting for my coffee for nearly an hour already. Are you growing the beans out back? The coffee vendor shouts. Can't you see that I'm speaking with an honored guest, you tower of quivering corpulence? His voice lowers again. Now then, as I was saying, we were fortunate that you happened upon the surveillance tab when you did. The people on the other end were planning a very bad thing. Sure, very bad thing. Quite bad, yes. Monica Schaefer was an important member of this community, more than most were aware of. This keys was under her protection. You know how it is in the flux, effective. The governance of a place like this is tenuous at best. You never know who is going to be in charge from one day to the next. But Monica was a stabilizing force, and just because she was dangerous, or not just because she was dangerous, she was smart, funny, and wise, and she had a way with people. They wanted to support her, to follow her, because they loved her. When she was killed, it left an opening for others. It would have meant bloodshed and pain if this council had been allowed to continue their plan. But they did not. We saw to it, you and I. Indeed, we did, Eldling. The Cruise Bazaar will maintain its stability a while longer thanks to us. Wait. Now what can I do for you, Effendum? Would you like some coffee, perhaps? Oh yeah, 50 for that instead of 500? We'll do that. Give me a Turkish coffee. The real stuff. Very good. Vergazi hands you a ceramic travel cup, which he then fills to the brim with dark, steaming liquid. The scent is intoxicating. Is there anything more I can get you? Just killing time. I'll be going now. Back to my DVD player. Really? Try to do something right now, buddy. Please. Okay. Get up. Nope, you're not going that way. Ah, thank you. Shanti gratefully accepts the coffee, then snaps the lid back and inhales deeply, wiggling his mustache as he processes. Yep, that's the real stuff. All right. Gingerly picks up the ancient device from the table and presses it into your hand. The plastic is scuffed and worn, and it rattles a bit when you move it. Give her some good use, okay? Movie night. We'll do that in a bit. I need to take another BRB. Seems that Amsel has assembled a team in your absence. They stand in a group around the old display that you had Malit deliver. On their faces, you can see excitement and apprehension, curiosity and dread. Necrometer, have you procured a DVD reader? I have it right here. Good. This should take only a moment. This should only take me a moment. Amsel appears behind the ancient display. After a few moments of fiddling with the battered inputs, he reappears, a satisfied look on his face. Everything appears to be functional. The disc should be ready to play. Well, don't keep us in suspense. Start the damn thing. Necrometer went to the trouble of fetching everything. Let him do the honors. Amsel steps back, clearing a path for you to access the antique machine. Soft whirring sound fills the air as the ancient DVD player spins the disc up to speed. Scratched LCD display comes to life, and a menu fills the screen. Play track 1. The screen goes black, and a cheerful digital chiming sound spills out of the display speakers. A crackle of static fills the air, coupled with a shrill electronic whine. After a few moments, the display goes dark, and a disheveled-looking man appears on the screen. His eyes glitter with excitement. The timestamp on the screen is 2034, September 15th. Hermie, I think we found her. After all this time, Gershwing, I knew she wasn't dead. His speech is jittery. You can hear the urgency in his voice. She survived the Dragonfall, just as I've always said. I knew it, and I was right. The screen explodes into static. The electronic whine in the background sharpens into a needle-like pulse of high-pitched sound. Somewhere in the background, Dante lets out a low one. The screen clears, and the excited face is closer to the screen than it was before. The words spill out of him in a breathless tide. Taking a team into the SOX to retrieve her, the radiation be damned. We will take appropriate precautions, of course, but we must go. Hermie, I think that the body may be nearby as well. Somehow she, has survived for all this time. The screen explodes into static again, then clears. The figure flickers across the screen. May not be back for some time. Look after Mom, okay? I worry about her. And Hermie, stay safe out there. I know things are heating up in Berlin, and I know you. Student protests, civil uprising. You'll be in the middle of it, I'm sure. Just stay safe, all right? And I'll do my best to do the same. I don't know what's going to happen when I step into the SOX, but I do know one thing. If the fire wing is still a danger, I will put an end to her, once and for all. The display goes black. The background whine fades away. A few moments later, you find yourself deposited back at the main menu screen. The screen goes black for a moment, then a figure appears on the screen. Your late client, Green Winters. His elbow planted on the table that he's seated at. His chin rests on his palm. The other hand is wrapped around a bottle of cheap whiskey. The timestamp on the video is Christmas of 2053. Found a message Adrian left me all those years ago. Got it cleaned up as best I could. Strange hearing his voice again. He pauses to take a long pull on the bottle. It's good to hear him, even if he did insist on calling me Hermie. Dr. Adrian Valclair, the hero of the people, the Dragon Slayer, my brother. He grimaces and rubs his eyes. Hard to believe it's been almost 20 years. All right, so I'm going to start recording these DVDs again. For me, for Adrian, for whoever might wind up watching. Every time I do this, it winds up feeling like a waste of time, but I keep doing it anyway, on the off chance that I'll find something important. If I stumble into the clue that leads me to my brother, I know that I'm gonna want it on film. I've been doing this for almost 20 years now, after all. No sense in quitting now. Christ, 20 years. All this time, still no leads. Even with all my contacts, my resources, he takes another long swallow of cheap liquor. Even with my legendary bullheadedness, I've made no progress at all. I haven't turned up a single goddamn thing. Want to hear something funny? The closest I've gotten to a clue was a rumor. Apparently, a team emerged from the SOX a while back. Nobody's clear on the date, but, and get this, he leans into the camera and gives a conspiratorial wink. Supposedly, they vanished without a trace. He upends the bottle, drains it, slams it back down to the table. His eyes are rimmed with red. Not much of a rumor, considering I already know that you're gone, big brother. I live with that every day. Abruptly, Winters leans forward and reaches for something off screen. The display goes black. A few seconds later, the main menu returns. There's a grinding sound from the DVD tray, and Winters' image appears on the screen. There's an eager look on his face. The timestamp reads 2054, October 12th. Stumbled upon this archival footage of Fierschwing's original attack, months before the Dragonfall. Easy to forget how devastating it was. Adrian saved a lot of people by bringing her down. I've got the footage all queued up to play. Starting it now. Additional comments to follow. The slow whir of DVD player shifts to a high-pitched whine. A distorted, wavering image blooms into being on the screen. A timestamp in the upper right corner of the screen marks the date, July 6th, 2012. It is difficult to make out what you're seeing at first. The scene is dark and smoky, and the telltale flashes of emergency vehicle lights flicker on the periphery of the screen. The camera pushes in, and you make out two figures standing in a ruined landscape. All at once, the sound cuts in. Again, for those of you just joining us, we are coming to you live from Stolberg. A few hours ago, the Dragon Fierschwing launched an unprovoked attack on the Sleepy Harz mountain town. And you can see the results behind it. Fire, ashes, and blood. We are joined tonight by a survivor of this latest and most horrifying attack. The reporter turns to face the pale man standing behind him. Sir, I understand that you've been through a terrible ordeal. Thanks for taking the time to speak with us. Camera switches focus to a middle-aged man with a haunted look in his eye. He stammers out a reply. Yes, of course. If you could, sir, could you please tell the people at home about your experience of the attack? It was horrible. Just pure chaos. So many people are dead. People I knew, roasted alive or trampled to death trying to escape. My own house was burned to the ground during the attack. My family, we have nothing there. You all made it through the attack, though? Your wife? Your kids? Yeah, we all made it. Thank God. We rode out the attack in a small shelter. Me, my wife, and our 2 daughters. The shelter, it protected us, but the heat was just unbearable. We couldn't have stayed in there much longer than we did. How long were you holed up in there? 3, maybe 4 hours? I don't know. We just stayed inside until the heat died down and the screaming stopped. And what happened after that? When it was over, you know, when the air cooled down, the reporter nods and the man continues. We stepped outside. There was nothing left. Just smoldering wreckage and this dense cloud of black, oily smoke. And the stench in the air. God, that smell. It smelled like roasting meat. There's a long pause from the tortured look on his face, and you can tell the man is struggling to decide whether or not to continue speaking. Eventually, he does. My girls, they found what was left of their nanny outside. Her body, what was left of it, was slumped against the shelter door. I kept telling myself I couldn't hear her pounding to get in. That isn't true. I could. I just couldn't bring myself to open that door. Couldn't risk my family like that. Not for her, not for anyone. Thank you, sir, for taking the time to speak with us. Yeah. You heard it here, an absolutely chilling account of tonight's attack. Again, the toneless Stolberg has been reduced to ash, another victim of the fire week. Stay with us for more up-to-the-minute reporting on Fierschwing's reign of terror. Green Winters' face reappears on the screen. Okay, it's time for a new approach. Adrian's a complete dead end. That much is pretty clear. So I'm going to do some digging on Fierschwing instead. Let's see where this goes. Screen abruptly goes black. A few moments later, you find yourself returned to the menu screen. The DVD player ramps up to speed, filling the air with a shrill whining sound. Green Winters' image appears on the screen. The timestamp is 2054, October 31st, Halloween. Well, that was a bust. Little progress on Fierschwing either. He shakes his head. I don't know, it's weird. The information is there, it's just wrong somehow. It's too well laid out, too simple. Real life is messy, and this just feels too neat. It's not the only thing that's nagging me. I'm getting that tingly feeling all up and down the back of my neck again. It feels like I'm being tracked. I'm no Matrix hotshot like Clockwork or Schaefer, but I'm good enough to know when someone's on my scent. Gotta install some new security measures. Can't be too careful. Winters' image disappears. The display goes black. A few seconds later, the main menu returns. The display goes black for a moment. Then the face of Green Winters winks onto the screen. He is seated at the computer, off to his left. An enormous monitor fills the screen. His voice carries an edge of panic. The timestamp on the video reads 2054 1109. November 11th. Can't think of anything important. Dude, what happened to you? Christ, I'm getting close to something. There's a trail of bodies and there have been disappearances. Gearbox, Martian, Peregrine. They've all disappeared within the past few years. Gearbox just went AWOL yesterday, and they were all making the same sorts of inquiries about Firewing that I've been. There are ghost stories spreading around the Decker community. Stories about Deckers disappearing and then showing up again later, but wrong somehow. Scary stuff, and I'm starting to think that it's true. Blitz leans in to whisper to you. I know the story she's talking about, Chief. Never really put much stock into it. Never put much stock in it. Not until now. Could these rumors be related to what's happening here? Am I being paranoid? He pauses for a moment as if seriously considering the question. Then he shakes his head and slams his fist on the table. No, I don't think so. Something big is happening here, and I'm right in the middle of it. Edgar cuts in. That's a bit of a leap. One other thing. Tolstoy told me a story about a kill team that might be related to all this. Apparently a Decker named Hellboard posted a theory about Fierschwing to the Shadowlands BBS about 5 years ago. About an hour later, a mil-spec team showed up in the meat space and cooked her entire apartment, with her in it. If what Tolstoy told me was true, Hellboard live posted the event. She described her killer, this great big orc with skin grafts. Then the whole thread disappeared, gone without a trace. Leap? Iger love? Sounds like he's on the right track to me. Iger holds her silent, but cedes the point with a small nod. On the screen, Winters pauses. He looks like he's working up something. Finally, he speaks. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. This has got to be Fierschwing. All of it. Adrian was right about her. She's still alive. She's out of the SOX. She's covering her tracks, working the shadows, preparing to rise again. And that means I have to find you, Adrian, for everyone's sake. Thankfully, I've got a lead. For the first time in 2 decades, I've got a solid goddamn lead. I've backtraced all of the Matrix nodes that Hellboard was looking into, back before she got cooked. Whoever's been purging the Matrix didn't think about that. And I found that she'd turned up. Winter stabs a few keys on his keyboard, and an image expands to fill the screen of his monitor. A satellite photo of a rural landscape, annotated with a GPS data. A set of map coordinates. So now I've got a target, a place to start digging. The Harfeld Manor, conveniently located on an isolated stretch of countryside, miles away from prying eyes. Matrix records indicate that some sort of data vault exists beneath the estate. So that's what I need to get into. And this is where we came. As if on cue, a familiar image winks onto the monitor. Winters' left. Monica. I think I'm going to tap Schaefer for this job. She's got the skills to bypass whatever security they're there, and she's gullible enough to take the job in the first place. I'll feed her some line about the Flux State security, and she'll eat it up with us. I warned her. Amsel's voice is choked with rage. I warned her. On the display, Winters' mouth parts into a broad grin. Time to put plans into motion. By this time tomorrow night, I should have the information that I need. And on the off chance that Schaefer gets taken out, well, that'll tell me something too. Can't make an omelet and all that until then. Winters' image disappears. The display goes black. A few seconds later, the main menu returns. When you play the 6th track, a small video window appears. You recognize a screen in the window. You are looking at the tattered drapes and nicotine-stained wallpaper of Winters' hotel room at Dusk Castle House. The timestamp on the video reads 2054, November 10th. There's a blur of motion and a haggard form. Green Winters lumbers into the frame. Suspicious confirmed. Schaefer dead. Christ. Winters reaches a shaking hand off camera. A moment later, he returns, clutching a cheap plastic drinking glass. He gulps something down, wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, then takes a deep breath. Okay. Back up, slow down, start from the beginning. Winters closes his eyes and makes a visible effort to calm himself. When he speaks again, his voice is steady. Got the call from my contact in Cruise Bazaar. Schaefer killed on the estate run. Matrix security at the estate cooked her bird. Considering Schaefer's skill and experience, on-site ice must have been extreme, even by Berlin standards. Security of that kind costs money. Real money. Given the evidence uncovered so far, corporate involvement unlikely. The connection to Firewing is too strong. So let's come right out and say it. The dragon is what we're dealing with here. And the smart money says that she's coming for me next. Well, I won't go down without a fight. I've still got my contacts, I've still got my connections. And the flux state can be a hell of a weapon for the man who knows how to manipulate it. Winters takes another long pull from his glass, grimaces, and swallows. Time for me to make my play. Ghost stories or no, missing Deckers or no, I've got to jack into the Matrix and start pulling strings. The countermeasures that I installed earlier should be more than enough to keep me safe for the 20 minutes I'll be in. Winters drains the rest of the glass, then tosses it back over his shoulder. A moment later, you hear a dull clattering sound of hard plastic on linoleum. Schaefer's death was tragic. She was a staunch supporter of the F-State, but still, all things considered. Winters fishes for something off-screen. A moment later, his hand reappears clutching a data jack cable. Better her than me. He plugs the cable into his head, and the screen cuts to step. As your finger nears the eject button, the black screen cuts over the static. A moment later, Winters' haggard face appears. If you're watching this, then I'm guessing they caught up. They will be after you too. Blitz whispers in your ear again, more harshly this time. What the hell is this? Why didn't you warn me about this before I came here? Announce Aldi. Hey everybody, Blitz is scared. We're all scared, idiot. Whoever you are, whatever you think you're after, you need to find Dr. Adrian Valclair. Not because he's my brother, because if Fearstring is rising again, he's the only one who can stop her. You've seen what happens to people who get too close to this. I'm dead, and dozens of others have died. You'll be next, unless you can find Adrian. The room goes quiet as everyone struggles to process what you've just seen on the DVD. Finally, Dietrich breaks the silence. A dragon. Son of a bitch. Green Winters sent us up against a dragon. The Firewing. Amsel's voice is thick with dread. She lives. I'm really starting to regret the fact that I didn't just stay at the hotel. Iger ignores him. Wait a sec. We don't know for certain. Dietrich lays a hand on Iger's shoulder. The evidence seems pretty convincing to me, Love. I'll even take it a step further. I think that secret facility that we stumbled into was her lair. The room falls silent. Iger and Gloria exchange glances. After a moment, Dietrich continues. Just think about it. The Decker that Winters got those coordinates from was posting about Fearstring. Then she was killed by that same orcish bastard that attacked us after Monica died. That's a direct link between the dragon, the Skardorg, and Harfeld Manor. And then Winters was killed by the same thing that killed Monica. Exactly. My gut tells me that the dragon is down there, Necrometer, someplace far beneath the surface. I think that we knocked on the door to her lair without even knowing it. And I think, given what we've seen, the dragon will do whatever it takes to keep us quiet about it. Okay, going on the assumption that there is a dragon and that she will come after us, what do you propose we do about it? We'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to follow Winters' advice. We're going to find Falk. Yes, Necrometer is right. Finding Dr. Valclair should be our priority. If we're going up against a dragon, we'll need to find ourselves a dragon slayer. Winters spent 20 years searching for Valclair, and it got him nowhere. How do you propose we find him? With the help of an information bro. Let me guess, back to the coffee shop? For this? No. While Erberg Ghazi is very capable, a task of this magnitude is beyond him. We need to make contact with the premier information broker in Berlin. We need to talk to Alice. Clint scoffs at Amsel. Alice? Best of luck. And I hope that you're rich. Amsel raises an eyebrow. For this? Rich enough, even if only just. Who is this Alice? A most prominent figure in Berlin's shadow community. Ex-Shockwollen Reader. She provides information retrieval services for the Fs. Amsel turns to the computer console behind him and runs his fingers over a virtual keyboard. The machine begins to hum. If Winters was right, if Alclair is still alive, she can help us find him. The console spits out a stick of black plastic. Amsel plucks it from the computer and hands it to you. Here, your key to speak with Alice. A cred stick? Amsel nods. An encoded cred stick. Yes. 10,000 new yen. Alice will not show her face for less. This represents the last of my personal savings, Necrometer. Make this meeting count. Where do I need to go? Take the U-Bahn to the Altstadt Spandau, where there you will find a connecting tube that locals refer to as the rabbit hole. You will find a method of contacting Alice. Don't call it that in front of her, though. Word on the street is that she hates it. Please hurry. While you're out, I'll work on acquiring new contracts for the team. Alice is the best there is at what she does, and her services carry a price tag to match. Hey. The only active console in this derelict span of U-Bahn platform is an old video arcade machine. The CRT monitor set into the machine's cabinet glows invitingly. Cheerful pixelated graphics swirl and dance on the screen. Let's get the machine. At the base of the controller panel, you find a cleverly hidden input port. The port is shrouded in black plastic, and it appears to be the approximate shape of a typical cred stick. The internal motors grip the cred stick and pull it into the machine. It disappears into the port, and the screen goes black. Moments later, a video image fills the screen. The picture is dark and grainy, a far cry from the bright, colorful sprites that previously inhabited the display. On screen is a dimly lit office. The place looks like it was pulled straight from an old detective movie. From the Venetian blinds on the windows to the great swaths of shadow that paint the walls black. Center stage, sitting behind a large mahogany desk, is the silhouette of an impressive-looking woman in a charcoal gray suit. The tip of a cigarette glows cherry red in the shadows. She leans forward into the light, and you catch your first glimpse of Alice. Her face is all hard planes and sculpted angles, with high cheekbones and almond eyes. Her lips are painted a frigid blue, but the look in her eyes is even colder. A head of lustrous black hair is interspersed with flowing green streams of cyan light. Alice exhales a plume of smoke, then tips her cigarette into a nearby ashtray. She fixes her eyes on you, and her lip curls into a humorless smile. We're on your dime, friend. Tell me what you're looking for. I need you to find someone for me. Dr. Adrian Valclair. She raises an eyebrow. The Dragon Slayer? Interesting. He's been missing for a long time. Yes, he has. The question is, can you find him? She looks at you in the eye, and the smile disappears. Her voice is all business. If he's out there somewhere, I'll find him for you. He could be living under an assumed name in California Free State, and I'll track him down. If he's not alive, I'll tell you where you can find his corpse. Speaking of corpses, Alice, I think I might know who you really are. Oh. Alice leans toward you. Her smile spreads into a predatory grin. Do tell. There's a member of Echo Mirage named Alice Hafner. She died back in 2029 fighting the crash virus. Rumor has it she still exists in the Matrix. Still calls herself Alice, too. An interesting theory, but I fear that my price to confirm or deny it would fall well outside your price. Alice leans back in the chair. For now, let's get back to the business at hand. Let's. Alice steeples her fingers. All right, here's how this is going to work. When you give me the go-ahead, I'm going to start gathering. Information for you. Once I've finished, you're going to bring me a cred stick encoded with an encryption key that I'll provide you. That cred stick will have 50,000 yen. When I get my cred stick, you'll get your information. This is the deal. Take it or leave. $50,000 yen? Do you know what that kind of money can buy? Apparently, I know better than you do, Smart. Do you know how much work it takes to find a digital ghost? There's going to be work, breaking into government archives. Hell, I might even have to commission an expedition into the SOX. This is a serious undertaking, friend. Now, do we have a deal or don't? All right, it's a deal. Okay, but remember, you say go and I go. From that point on, you're on the hook to pay my fee. No turning back, no refunds. Are we square on this? Let's see what choice I have. I need that information. Good. I'll be in touch. The screen goes black. Moments later, the machine reboots. The colorful sprites that you saw when you first approached the arcade cabinet return. There's nothing more to see here. Alice is gone. I might only have like another hour in me. You look down to see a pair of bright eyes set into a scruffy face looking back up at you. Dante Monica's old dad. Well, he did. He doesn't seem to know that one. Sit. He said. As you approach Blitz, he gives you an easy smile. Hey, Chief, what's up? Any thoughts on left friend you'd like to share? Well, Chief, I wasn't around for most of it, but you got me out of the hotel, and for that, you got my eternal thanks. Talk to you later, Blitz. Okay. Necrometer, did you make contact with Alice? Yes, I did. She accepted your payment, and I ordered the search for the information we need. Very good. I can't imagine that this will be cheap. What was Alice's stated price? You're right on that count. 50,000 yen. He shrugs. It is about as I had expected. Thankfully, we are prepared for this. I have established contact with a number of new clients. You can find information on the jobs logged on your mission computer. One jobs file is on there already. While you're working to earn Alice's fee, I will continue to dig for clues about her. If she is, in fact, roosting under Harfeld Manor, then there must be some evidence to support the fact. Dragon is a large thing to hide after all. Careful. Remember what happened to Monica. I will never forget. Don't worry, Necrometer. I'm going to conduct my investigation the old-fashioned way, through contacts and deduction, and careful observation. I will not jack into the Matrix until this entire sorry episode is finished. That's probably wise. I, however, am going to be in the Matrix frequently. Speaking of doing things the old-fashioned way, Malit is working to recover information off of those other DVDs. It's a painstaking process and it will not be quick, but she is optimistic that she will be successful in time. Finally, I have been checking up on our friend, the orc with the skin grafts. I haven't heard anything back yet, but I'll keep you appraised of this, as the situation develops. Sounds good, Paul. We'll go check up on the those jobs. One last thing before you go, Necrometer. Samuel Beckenbauer wanted me to pass a message to you. Do you know him? The orc who runs the shelter across the way? Oh, the man, sorry. Ah, well, he has a job for you. He wouldn't discuss it with me, but he promised that it would prove worth your time. I'll keep it in mind. Withheld to Necrometer. We would like to arrange a meeting between you and one of our representatives. You'll find him at the cafe nearby. His name is Luca Duer. He'll be expecting you. Come along. Amsel's face winks onto the screen. Here you will find a complete transcript of my conversation with Herr Fuchs, a potential client. The job seems to be relatively straightforward, and the payout is reasonable. One word of caution before you proceed. There are aspects of this run you may find morally troubling. Be sure to read and understand the specifics of the job before accepting. If you do accept, you'll be expected to carry out the requirements of the job in full. After reading the transcript, you may choose whether or not to accept the job. If you respond in the affirmative, our client will be notified, and I will make all necessary preparations for the run. Herr Amsel? Yes, I am here. To whom am I speaking? You may call me Herr Fuchs. Very well. Please describe the work you would like to have done. Straight to the point. I like that. Very well. I would like to retain your team's services to clean up a mess. Go on. My employers dispatched a team of operatives to conduct an operation at a local Sharing Pharma AG lab. Unfortunately, they botched the job. The team was eliminated, but we have reliable information that one of the operatives has been taken captive. If this rogue agent were to spill information leading back to my employers, it could lead to a corporate war. A great many lives could be lost. My employers would like nothing more than to prevent such a tragic turn of events. Ah, I see. And you wish to retain my team services to tie up loose ends? Exactly. The captive operative is a rigger by the name of Thorvald Enstad. We need him neutralized before he can inform on us to his captive. As Enstad and his team have already put the facility on high alert, stealth will not be an option. Your team will need to shoot its way in, eliminate Enstad, and exit the facility. A straightforward enough task and well within my team's capabilities. What are you offering in terms of pay? 15,000. This offer is non-negotiable. Very well. I will pass the offer on to my team. Very good. Good day, Arabs. Yeah, we'll accept it. I think I remember which one this is. And it's actually a pretty interesting one. Run accepted. Client notification sent. Humanis data steal. Amsel's face appears on the screen. Samuel Beckenbauer has approached me with an offer of work. Apparently, an associate of his has learned some disturbing details regarding the Berlin chapter of Humanis Poli Club, and he would like to contract your team to investigate these rumors. Beckenbauer was unwilling to discuss the specifics of the job in your absence. He requested that you speak with him in person at your early convenience. I'm going to take a quick BRB right here, and then we'll finish out, probably finish one job and then finish up the stream. Be right back. All right. I'm actually very tired. Apparently, I haven't been getting enough rest at all. I'll get things kicked off and ready to go, but I'm probably just gonna call it a little earlier than I usually do. Um, at the sound of your approach, the orc turns to face you. He wears a severe expression, but there's kindness in his eyes. I actually like his design. Ah, hello. Hello. As you can see, I'm in the middle of a conversation with my the volunteer worker holds her silence, but her expression is full of naked hostility. Samuel gives her a sidelong glance, and she seems to get the message. The fire in her eyes dies down to a low simmer. We do not want to be impolite. Is there something I can do for you? Heard that you wanted to talk about a job. Yes, I do. Thank you for coming so promptly. He takes a deep breath, slowly releases it, and looks you in the eye. Tell me, what do you know about the Humanis Poly Club? I say. You're a little early for dinner, buddy. No. No. That was mean. I know you're bored. Part of why I want to end a little early today, but okay. Also, this game is just a lot of stuff that Yes, I do. I thank you for coming so promptly. He takes a deep breath, slowly releases it, looks you in the eye. Tell me, what do you know about the Humanis Poly Club? I know enough about them myself, but I don't see why I couldn't metagame this a little bit. They're an anti-meta-human hate group. You know, the largest and most well-funded of its kind. The instigators of the Night of Rage and the enemy of everything I stand for. Night of Rage? The worldwide race riot that took place in February of 2039. Thousands of innocent metahumans were attacked, beaten, and killed. Women and children were corralled into warehouses for protection, then burned alive when the structures were put to the torch. This is what Humanis stands for. This is the agenda that its leaders strive to advance. They will not be satisfied until all metahumans everywhere are driven from the face of the earth. If you want me to go up against Humanis, it's going to cost you. Not because I don't want to help, but because that is definitely a... You do not want to be fucking with lightly. Yes, your area still informed me of your business practices. Rest assured, you will be paid. Now, if we may discuss the details of the job, go ahead. He nods. Yesterday, I overheard one of my assistants talking on his call. He was yelling, clearly agitated. I questioned him, and he confided in me. What he told me made my blood run cold. Let me guess where this is going. Humanis is planning something, an attack of some kind. He nods. Yes, I believe so. The Berlin chapter of Humanis has arranged to acquire a large shipment of an extremely hazardous chemical. Their leader, Volker Stahl, is a vicious ideologue. It goes without saying that whatever he intends to do, it won't be good for us. I want you to infiltrate the smuggling operation that is delivering the ship. Once you arrive at the Humanis compound, you will find out what they are planning to do with the chemical and put a stop to it. Wouldn't it be easier to just hijack the shipment? Why allow it to get to the Humanis compound at all? He shakes his head. No, stopping the shipment would not stop Humanis. They would merely acquire another. For a pack of snarling racists, they are extremely well funded. Let's talk compensation. What does this gig pay? I have contacted sister organizations across Berlin and taken up a collection. Between us, we have raised 22,000 New Yen as a payment. I trust that this will be sufficient. I'll do it. Count me in. Excellent. I'm relieved. I will make the arrangements for your meeting with the smuggler. Their leader is an elf who calls himself Maxim. Take the U-Bahn to Schottenest, and you will find him waiting there. Best of luck to you, Necrometer, and good hunting. Know that you are doing great things for the metahumans of Berlin. Your efforts will not go unrecognized. A lone figure stands in the U-Bahn station, Dietrich. He raises a bottle at your approach, then tosses it away. Figured I'd run into you here, boss. Wanted to be sure I caught you before you headed off. He takes a deep breath and slowly releases it. Looks you in the eye. Necrometer. We need to have a talk about this Humanis gig. Go ahead, I'm listening. Well, I've got history with Humanis. Fought him back in 39 during the Night of Rage. Hell of a thing that was. I remember the terror, the senseless violence, the murdered children. I remember this little dwarf boy. They stuffed his body in the gutter, Necrometer. I can still see his face, all bruised and broken. To this day, it makes my blood boil. Anyway, long story short, we beat him. Berlin's punks and anarchists all came together and we stomped the living dreck out of those racist pigs. A lot of good people died that night, but we put down some of the bad ones too. Let me guess, you want to come on the Humanis run, so why are you telling me all of this? So that you'll understand I don't like Humanis. I hate the swine. But there's one of them that I've got to try to save. My nephew, Alexander. He's a good kid, Necrometer. I don't believe for a second that he's bought into their bullshit, but I have it on good authority that he signed on with Humanis all the same. Why would he join a hate group if he isn't a racist? Can't say for certain, but I have a pretty strong guess. Alexander's dad is a miserable sack of a man. I wouldn't put it past him to look at Humanis as a boarding school. They feed and house their recruits, and that's money he'd rather spend on himself. So I'm asking you as a personal favor to let me come along on the run. I have to get into that compound, Necrometer. I have to find Alexander. I have to turn him around before those animals make him do something unforgivable. Yeah, I'm not going to keep him from it. Besides, I like Dietrich, and he's useful on a run, so. Thanks, boss. I never doubted you'd bring me. Of course, you're too good a man for that. But let's hear it. It's good to hear it all the same. We're actually going to do that job. I think it's a fairly quick one. Where would you like to travel? Hired runners. In addition to your team, your fixer has access to a small network of mercenaries in the Berlin area. These runners appear below your core team. The runner selection screen, blah, blah, blah. Okay. As you complete missions, both your team members and the available mercenaries will periodically gain access to new equipment and abilities. Any new items, spells, weapons, or abilities that a runner gains will automatically be available for use to take them on a mission. There's some cool designs, but honestly, why would you run with anything other than them? Because they actually have story options. And they're free. And they're just good. The U-Bahn rattles to a halt at the edge of the Cruise Bazaar. At the edge of Kreuzberg. You're only a few blocks away from Schottenest, the keys that Maxim and his smugglers call home. According to Samuel, they should be expecting you. You have karma available to improve your character's attributes and skill. Karma screen. It's only 3. Look, boss, I wanted to thank you. I just wanted to thank you for bringing me along on this one. It means a lot. Don't sweat it. Even Shadowrunners have families. He nods. Alexander, he's a good kid, you know. If I'd been there for him, if I hadn't run off to Berlin, left him with his worthless sack of dead, he'd never have fallen in with us Humanist pigs in the first place. The expression on Dietrich's face softens and he claps you on the shoulder. Let's go find my nephew and crack all the Humanist skulls we can along the way. The fuckers have it coming in more ways than I can count. Dag? You were biting me, buddy. Wasn't nice. Hurt. Go hang out on the wizard tower. A matronly woman with a round face and kind eyes greets you. Her apron is caked with what looks like about a year's worth of grease. Guten Tag, what can I get for you? That depends what you have. Well, today we have soya-based currywurst for 5 neon or a soup and sandwich combo for 10. Good, simple, stick-to-your-ribs food. Perfect for a cold night like this. Not for me. I'm good. Good day to you then. Come back anytime. Searching the dead drop, you find a package with the telltale markings of the Shockwell and return. This is an open request for information on current and past donors to the Humanis Poli Club. Identifying information such as home addresses and photographs is preferred. The presence of this hate group and its supporters will no longer be tolerated within our community. We will expose them for the harsh light to the harsh light of truth. The timely delivery of this information will be well rewarded. Freedom, equality, information, Shockwell. A rough-looking dwarf with a fire plug build holds out his hand at your approach. Whoa there, Beanpole. I don't know where you think you're headed, but you should turn around and go back the way you came. I got business on the other side of your barricade. Wondering, are there? That's where I'm going. He stares at you, an appraising look in his eye. Well, you look like you can handle it yourself, but still, I'm telling you, the people out there are bad news. There are gangs and on the other side of this barricade who'd skin you alive as soon as look at you. Well, then I'll just have to skin them first. Trust me, I've gone up against worse. Look, I don't have a choice. I need to get out there. If some punk gangs are going to be the least. If I don't, some punk gangs are going to be the least. He shrugs. All right, be my guest. Go play with the torture gangs. Something tells me you'd be a better fit out there anyway. He gestures to the troll standing behind him. Let him by, Circuit. What's wrong, Sam? Are you bored? Do you think you deserve food now? The figure at the center of the group shoots you an insolent glance. His fine elvish features match Samuel's description. This must be Maxim, your smuggler liaison. Well, well, if it isn't the muscle that Tuck promised us. Look at who it is, everybody. New hires. The new hires have elected to grace us with their presence. Nice of you to join us. He glances at the PDA on his wrist, then looks back up at you. When he speaks again, his voice is sharp and humorless. You're late, chummer. Yes, sorry about that. I got held up at the wall. He lets out a theatrical sigh. Well, you come highly recommended, so I suppose I'll overlook it. If we run into trouble, you'll be glad to have me around, I guarantee it. Yeah. His mouth twists up into a smirk. I certainly hope so, for your sake. Without another word, he turns and slaps the side of the bulldog step van. A second van of the same design rumbles to life a few feet away. Pile in, people, and be ready. There's rough country between us and the meeting site. We might run into a trouble along the way. "20 minutes into your trip, the van comes to a screeching halt. Maxim presses his face against the passenger window. From the mix of anger and dread in his face, you can tell that he doesn't like what he sees. Damn it, I knew this was going to happen. I fucking knew it. He cranes his neck around and to look you in the eye. Everybody pile out of the van and get ready. Necrometer, we're going to need some muscle in a second. As you take your position outside the van, you hear a shrill voice bark out an order. A pair of portable gun turrets begin to self-calibrate in response. Sweeping your gaze over the gangers assembled before you, you identify the owner of the voice, a leathery woman with wild hair and a mirthless smile. She calls out again, her voice brimming with pride. Hello out there. Welcome to Rambach territory. Maxim licks his lip, his eyes scanning over the gangers' hastily assembled roadblock. This keys belongs to Surf Turf Slag. Has for months. You'd better clear out of our way before they show up and force you out. Surf Turf? Those tunnel rats? They're ancient history. Go ahead and call them if you don't believe me. Her face twists in an ugly smile. Scream as loud as you want. They won't hear you. We buried them last week. Maxim's expression turns stony, but his voice remains calm. Congratulations on your victory. You must have taken some losses in the fight, though. I'm betting you're not at 100%. Why don't you let us cross the bridge in peace? There's no need for any bloodshed today. You know what? You're absolutely right. We don't need to fight. You just pay us a small toll, and we'll be more than happy to let you cross our bridge. I'm thinking, say, 500 new yen per van? Otherwise, you better find another way to get where you're going, because this bridge is ours. And nobody crosses it without paying the toll. Nobody. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe this does need to get violent. Maxim turns to you. Get ready to ventilate these assholes, Necrometer. We've got a schedule to keep. Turns and draws his weapon. Good. Maxim's voice comes out in a roar. Take him down, boys. Open fire. They've got so many explosive barrels around them. Boom.
Shrimp liches are not scary.
Hey, Quee, how you doing?
Hydrate your bones.
Trick. Can you cast haste? Glory. Get up to you. Tiger. Turret. I appreciate that they buffed Iger. That's great. You. will shoot. Okay. Hit you. Go over and start shredding you. Shotgun, maybe? Yeah. Damn. Maxim wipes his face with a handkerchief. The cloth comes away wet with blood-streaked sweat. Well, that was unpleasant. All part of the job, though, eh? You said it. I've got to admit, Necrometer, this attack made me nervous. We're running late, and we're low on ammo, and there's no time to call for reinforcements. Whichever way you slice it, we won't be going into this meet at our best. When we roll up on the meeting site, be ready. We may need the element of surprise if negotiations go south. Agreed, that ambush was more than a little convenient. He nods. Couldn't have said it better myself. The courtyard of Humanis compound is strangely quiet. The only activity you notice is the clatter of the mechanized gates as they rumble shut behind the bands. The bulldogs roll to a stop. You step out alongside the Maxim and the rest of the smugglers. There are crates here, a lot of crates, all scattered in various stages of disorganization. It looks as though your delivery is just one of many that this branch of Humanis has received. The smugglers unload the cargo from their vans with practiced efficiency. The whole operation feels polished and professional, but you can tell that Maxim is nervous. You can see it in his eyes. The smugglers finish unloading the last of the crates, then take up positions around the van. Minutes pass. Nobody comes to meet you. No welcoming party. Maxim shakes his head. This isn't a good sign. Almost as if they didn't expect us to make it here. He nods. My thoughts exactly. This puts us in a bad spot, Necrometer. I'm not sure what our next step is. Your next step is to sit out here. I might go outside. Got a job to do. His eyes widen. You're not hired muscle at all, are you? You're a Shadowrunner here on a job. Surprised it took you this long to figure it out? He shakes his head at you, then shrugs. Be my guest. Go on inside. I won't try to stop you. When you make it back, if you make it back, we'll be out here with you. There's a warning label plastered on the side of this container. Judging by the amount of small print on the labels, whatever's being stored in here is extremely bad news. Warning, highly dangerous chemical agent. Do not take internally. Avoid contact with skin, eyes, mouth, and clothing. Increases aggression and reduces impulse control when inhaled. Avoid breathing fumes or vapor. Important, do not proceed unless material safety data sheet has been read and understood. Yes, the SDS. Zach. The SDS is very important, Zach. The Humanis compound smells like a locker room and doesn't look much better. Calling the building run down would be an understatement. Paint is peeling off the cheap Duraplast walls, and the tiles on the floor are mired with decades worth of grime. It's an old, ugly place, perfectly suited to the old, ugly ideology being practiced here. You enter the compound. The information that Samuel Beckenbauer sent you here to find lies somewhere ahead. There's a handwritten note sitting on the table. Hey, Capel. You come highly recommended. Anyone who did what you did to those elves will go far around here. You can hit the kitchen anytime. But otherwise, stay close. Your locker code is 2619. Or 3. Two 619. Locker opens with a click. There's a note inside. Recruit Capel, your enthusiasm at the rally was more than commendable. Those Trog bastards really got what was coming to them. Volker wants to see you right away. His personal code is Pride. Share this with no one. Turret alone. Humanis Poly Club logo fills the majority of the screen on this terminal. A welcome message written in cartoonishly aggressive font appears below. Please log in to begin. Operations account information downloaded. You gain a list of Humanis safe houses worth some new yen in the right hands. All right, here's the latest group of recruits. Some of them are already showing promise. Line, Egon Capel, Alexander Farber, Frederick Bauer, Shin Yamada, Gernot Schumacher. Make sure they get assigned their bunks in alphabetical order this time, Syed. I kept losing track of who was who in the last batch. As always, I'm changing the code for my office. The new code is Pride, Volker Stahl. So he's in locker 4. No, he's in locker 2. Containing the recruit's numeric key codes along with the door code to your PTA. After a few minutes of sifting through account sheets, you find what you're looking for: a complete donor list of the Berlin chapter of Humanis. Download that list. You download the list to your PDA. There are quite a few well-known names here, including a billionaire philanthropist and children's trio show host. Bauer 3706. Item added nitro. Harbor 1409. To find a note. Alexander, you have seemed less than enthusiastic in our education sessions. Please understand that we are not a shelter. We are a factory that refines the dross of society, people like you, into strong, pure warriors for humanity. In the future, see to it that you are on time and well rested. If you drop the ball again, we're going to have a little talk about your future in this organization. Volker Stahl. Dietrich snatches the note out of your hands. I knew it. I knew that Alex wouldn't buy into their bullshit. He reads the note over again. His lips moving with the syllables. Come on, boss. He's still out. He's still here somewhere. There's still time. Okay, we've already been in 3. Four, 1, 7, 6. Sure, knowing the pile there close, you find a cred stick. And then it'll be no. Schumacher. 1106. Friedrich, I am pleased with how well you are doing. To show my growing trust in you, I'm giving you a new assignment in addition to your trainee duties. Beginning tomorrow, I would like you to tidy the armory. The access code is purity. See that you don't forget it. Tomorrow evening, I will expect to see full inventory of the weapons in our arsenal by nightfall. With it, you will deliver me a requisition order for the weapon of your choosing. Your pick, my boy. I leave it up to you. Congratulations, Friedrich. This honor is well deserved. 2114. It's empty. Door slides open. Yes. Mine now. Cabinet is crammed full of humanist propaganda. Airplay roll muscle against you. When you turn on Tridio after a hard day's work, you see the pampered elf basking left luxurious quadrant that you could be using with your children. When you walk through a dark alleyway on your way home, what do you fear? The mongrel orc and the savage troll lying in wait, hard gains. The elf troll are all parasites leeching away at your prosperity and happiness. It's time to wake up and do something about it. What are you going to do, human? Support the Humanist Polling Club. Together we show pride in what we are and defend ourselves from the jackals at our door. Humanist forever. Human, they say that we can't get a job done because you can't get a job because of the economy, but you know the real reason. Metahumans, the elf, this pretty boy looks, takes a high-paid corporate desk job, rises to the top and blocks the top position forever, never aging, never retiring. The orc is willing to work for table scraps, driving the cost of labor down and depriving you of a decent wage. The troll takes all of the manual labor jobs. That's right. Not even the sweat of your own brow can earn you a living these days. Join the Humanists, turn the tide on economic repression. Humanists forever. You may never wonder why dwarf shops are all family run for your labor and whose businesses suffer. You guessed it. We, the human, we wind up paying in reduced sales and lost wages. Every day another dwarf-run store opens, and every time it happens, more dwarves flock to our neighborhoods, driving good, honest human businesses out. They say it's for community, they say it's for protection, but why can't they keep to their own neighborhoods? What are they hiding? Stand up for your people, stand up for what's right. Join Humanis Poly Club, Humanis Forever. It's all just more reasons to just do things to this organization to ruin them. Humanis Poly Club logo filled majority of screen. Enter the door code. Right. Stocky man in a military surplus jacket enters the room. He is flanked on either side by a pair of young women. Their faces are masked by white kerchiefs. Each of them carries an unholstered pistol. Lower your weapons, girls. We have a guest. The soldier exchanges glances, then lower their sidearms. They look at you, their stares full of hatred and bile. There, that's better. His neutral expression curdles into a malevolent grin. I've showed you hospitality, stranger. Now it's time for you to return the favor. But tell me, why are you here? I am here with the smugglers. We brought your shipment. We're waiting to be paid. Oh, don't you worry. Your friends are already being taken care of. The smile widens. Trust me. They'll get everything that's coming to them. Was that supposed to be scary? Because I'm not impressed. Patient stranger, by this time tomorrow, you'll be plenty impressed. I guarantee it. Whatever you have planned, I'm going to put a stop to it. Insult me again and I'll break you in two. There's been a lot of cargo moving through here. Planning something big, Volker? It's a little late for that, race trader. You've just brought me the last of what I need. That gas that you hauled in for us, it's going to prove every word we've been saying. The trogs, the halfers, and the goddamn dandelion eaters. One whiff of this stuff, they're going to tear each other apart. And then they'll spill into the good human neighborhoods, where we'll be waiting to stop. You just watch and wait, trader. Stell gives you a broad grin. It'll be a bloodbath. The only bloodbath tonight is going to happen right here in this room. The smile fades from his face. I've heard just about enough insolence from you. I might have my men teach you some manners. The sounds of hurried footsteps echo down the hallway behind you. The Humanis leader smiles. As luck would have it, here they come now. Dietrich's eyes go wide. He takes a step towards the nearest Humanist gunman. Alexander! When the youth blinks in surprise, he half lowers his weapon. Uncle Dietrich? Shoot him, Alexander. This man is an intruder and a traitor. Come here to do us harm. If you're gonna put a shell in someone, put it in Stahl. He's a monster, Alex. I know that you can see. The Humanist gunman flanking Stahl exchange uncertain glances. One begins to raise her pistol, but hurriedly lowers it when the Humanist leader steps forward. Stahl fixes Alexander with a stern gaze. You swore an oath to us, Alexander. You will be a man and keep it. Listen to Dietrich, Alexander. He's a good man. Is he? Where the hell was he when my dad used to beat the shit out of me? Where was he when I got tossed out on the street? I didn't know, Alex. By the time I found out, the damage had already been done. Alexander, you will listen to me and obey your oath. I don't know what to do. If you side with Humanis, I'm going to have to kill you. I don't want to, but I will. We're going to have to fight our way out of here, Alex. I don't want to fight you. If you don't pull that trigger right now, we will put you down with the rest of this film. Shakily, Alexander raises his rifle, levels it at Dietrich's head. Uncle Dietrich, let him act. Barrel of the rifle trembles in Alex's head. Alexander's arms. I'm sorry. Dietrich locks eyes with his nephew. His voice is low and soft. Do what you have to do, Alex. It's your choice. Do it, you stupid boy. Do it. Without a word, Alexander wheels around and points the rifle at Stahl. The Humanis leader recoils in alarm. Alexander levels the weapon, and all hell breaks loose. Didn't think he was that weak. I we adrenal pump. And we compound attack you. And then we we're gonna need to use a shock. This one. Blaster, degrade, medic, suppression. I don't have any ESPs. Fine. Oh, whoops. I think I wasn't supposed to hit end. Ooh, Higer, you need to get up. You're getting hurt. Forgot the guy had a shotgun like that. Turret 2. Okay, let's go. Yeah, it's fine if we're stunned. I forgot that mage was there. Oh. If I had a drone, I could send it through there. We're gonna move you up. Reload. Me up. Sorry, Zach. I thought this was gonna be fast. It's already fast. Banish it before it escapes. You can go ahead and run in there now. It shouldn't be as dangerous. Cool. We're getting out of here. You burst through the door to the Humanis compound and into the crisp night air. You're not far from your extraction point. Time to go. Oh, that person's about to die. Whoop, 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 whoop. Shred the mage. Okay, they're gonna die on bleed damage. There. Good fucking shot there. Dick, why'd you hit Glory? Maxim looks up at the sound of the approach. If he's surprised to see you, he doesn't show. Crazy night, huh? He pulls a flask from his jacket pocket, takes a long swig, then looks you in the eye. I hope this was worth the trouble. Any luck finding our money in there? Nope, but I don't think they ever had. Nope, I don't think they ever had to begin with, but I guarantee you they'll think pretty hard before crossing smokers again. I can. I think he responds the same way if you say racists. Less racists in the world. Thank Christ that's over with. You okay, Alexander? The young man looks shell-shocked. He holds his rifle clenched tight in his trembling hands. Yeah, Uncle Dietrich. Yeah, I'm okay. But those guys, I knew them. One of them was my bunkmate. Killed him. Couldn't be helped. If you hadn't, he'd have killed you. Believe it. We're going to take you away from here, back to the Cruise Bazaar. Get you the help that you need. Yeah. Okay, Uncle. Okay. Dietrich glances over his shoulder, locks eyes with you. Thanks for this, boss. My nephew is safe, and I owe you. One other thing. The Dragon Slayer is happy too. We did a ballsy thing, protected my family, and gave a monster a bloody nose in the process. I would have brought you along anyway. Appreciate it, but you should know he's happy all the same. He grins. You should know that when the Dragon Slayer is pleased, he tends to be generous with his rewards. The grin wide. Yeah, I thought you. I can feel power coursing through me, boss. I don't know what form it'll take yet, but it's there. And soon enough, I'll be able to use it. I don't mean to break this up, but we need to get moving. Kid, you're with us. The rest of you, pile into that other van. You can continue having your moment when we get back to the shadow. The U-Bahn ride home feels especially comforting today. The Berlin chapter of Humanis Poli Club has suffered a terrible blow, and you're the one who dealt it. Volker Stahl's plan to incite a wave of bloody violence across Berlin has been derailed. It isn't often that a Shadowrunner gets to prevent an atrocity on the job. Your PDA rings and the face of your fixer, Paul Amsel, appears on the screen. Necrometer, I have information to discuss about the estate. Please come as soon as you can. But that's where we're going to save. And ooh, Arva. Before I forget to, that's what we want. We want that. And then we'll get my intelligence up. Okay. Save game. Great. Save. Cool. Menu. Save. Quit. Cool. There we go. Itotani's live. We is also. Kui is playing Forspoken, although we rated Kui last night. So we might just go over to Nato. He's currently playing Elden Ring. I think he's going through the DLC right now. I think he's hoping to finish it. Fighting a dragon. So that's cool. A dragon I don't recognize too. Cool. So, hopefully be doing this again Thursday and Friday. We'll be probably keeping with the same routine of mostly Shadowrun and then EDF on Saturday. Because I want to get through Shadowrun. I like Shadowrun, but I want to get through it as fast as possible because I do want to get on to new things. Keep saying that. It's honestly, some of this has been nice because it's been an extra time. Because getting a chance to replay it. Some people who maybe hadn't seen it before now get to see it now. Yes, Agri. Wow. Yeah. You hitting me? Yeah. Not dinner time for you yet, buddy. It is not. No. Stop. Anyway. Be excellent to each other. Be excellent to yourself. I hope to see you in the next